Good morning to all. Today, I, Diya Sharma,
I, Ritika Mehta,
students of second year, feel honored to welcome you all to the annual fest of Department of Chemistry, Shivaji College, Rastantrum 2022. We all are here to celebrate the 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
on behalf of Chemistry Department of Shivaji College, we welcome our eminent speakers for today, Professor D.S. Rawat and Professor Sunil Kumar Sharma from Department of Chemistry, University of Delhi. Thank you, sir, for taking out time to enlighten us. I would also like to thank our principal, Professor Shiv Kumar Sahadev, and all the teachers and students who have joined the event.
किसी भी कार्य की शुरुआत भगवान का नाम लेकर की जाए तो वह कार्य अवश्य ही सफल होता है. To make this event a blessed one, invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. So here we begin with the virtual lamp lighting ceremony.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Now, we would like to pray to the Almighty for a few moments to seek His blessings for the success of our event. Miss Sachi from first year will now bless our ears with Saraswati.
सभी को मेरा करबद्ध वंदन. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे. तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे. हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें तार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. धन्यवाद.
Saraswati bless us to fulfill our thirst of knowledge.
The theme of Rastantrum 2022 is Role of Scientist and Scientific Movements Pre- and Post-Independence. It is well said by Edward Teller, the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Science is a way of life. Science is a perspective. Science is the process that takes us from confusion to understanding in a manner that's precise, predictive, and reliable.
Minds have well said, suffering is the essence of success. We all know that our country was colonized by Britishers for over 200 years. Our country has suffered a lot, but due to the sacrifice of a lot of people, we won our independence back. Our rich heritage, culture, and sacrifice of the freedom fighters is written in golden words in our history. Even our younger generation is taught about our culture.
In our Bharat, India, Hindustan. Everyone talks about independence movements, but what gets lost in this conversation are the crucial contributions of all the scientists and various institutions who were preparing the society at grassroots level. Like Dr. Kadambini Ganguly, who was the first South Asian female physician who took part in movements for betterment of female conditions. Sir Jagdish Chandra Bose, first person to demonstrate wireless transmission of electromagnetic signals, became world's first biophysicist. He tried to join the Imperial Education Services but was denied the opportunity on British belief that Indians could not pursue science. To counter this statement, Bose took the path of Satyagraha and taught for 3 years without salary. Dr. C.V. Raman, Bharat Ratna and Nobel Prize winner, needs no introduction. He believed science has to play a major role in economic development. He qualified for India's most prestigious government services in those days. Acharya Praful Chandra Rai, chemistry professor who founded one of the biggest chemical firms, Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceuticals Work Limited. Despite his great intellect, he preferred to publish in Indian journals and inspired others also for same. He was a pure nationalist by thought. One of his famous quote was, "Science can wait, Swaraj cannot."
Railways and telegraphs were two initial technological inventions which provided a sense of connectivity among Indians by accelerating the movement of ideas, news, thoughts across the whole country. Availability of printing press made it easier to circulate news in the form of newspaper and thoughts or ideas in the form of pamphlets and books, which led to rise in developing national consciousness among Indians. During Indian non-cooperation movement, when we rejected foreign goods, our ancient technology of charkha helped in production of cloth for local people. TISCO, the Indian industry, also helped in meeting the basic needs of steel in our country.
At the time of independence, the literacy rate was just 12%. Life expectancy was a mere 32 years. Poverty incidence rate of 80% and a population of over 340 million people. Not many imagine that in 70 years, the country would be a $1 trillion economy, among the seventh largest in the world. Just because of our insistence on using science and technology to build the nation, we overcame our colonial past at this rapid pace. This led to the foundation of Indian Institute of Technology in 1950, only 3 years after independence. The Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, also expanded under the guidance of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar. The Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, was set up in 1958, and the list goes on.
No doubt, India has come a very long way. Surely, science is transforming India till date. Indian science always had a positive transformative impact.
We now invite Principal Sir Professor Shiv Kumar Sedi to inaugurate the event and say a few words of motivation.
Thank you very much, Professor Sunil Kumar Sharma ji, all my colleagues and all the participants, dear students. A very warm good morning to all of you. Today we have gathered here to celebrate annual festival of chemistry department, and we have with us Professor Sunil Kumar ji. Sir, welcome to you. And I am thankful to you for your valuable time you are sparing for my faculty and students. And our department has organized many activities for today for students and faculty. And I'm sure that you all will enjoy. Professor Rawat will also join us after this lecture. And we are meeting online, but we have started our offline also very soon. Sir, we would like to have you in offline mode also. So because this program was scheduled earlier, that's why we are meeting online. So my best wishes for the success of this function. And once again, thank you very much, sir, for joining us, sparing time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for motivating us. Our first speaker for the day is Professor Sunil Kumar Sharma. Sir joined the Department of Chemistry in March 2004 as Associate Professor and appointed Professor in March 2010. He obtained BSc Honours, MSc, and PhD degrees from the University of Delhi. His doctoral work was in the areas of synthetic and natural product chemistry. He has postdoctoral research experience of more than 10 years at eminent institutes in Germany, USA, Denmark, UK, and Spain. His current research interests focus on organic synthesis, biocatalysis, responsive polymer-based functional materials, and nanotechnology. 15 PhD and 2 MPhil degrees have been awarded to students under his supervision. He is a recipient of awards from DBT India, RSC UK, and Fellowships UGC India, Spanish Ministry of Education and Science, DANIDA Denmark, and NIH USC. We invite Professor Sunil Kumar Sharma to enlighten the participants with his lecture on the topic, Science and Technology Development in Independent India.
So, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank our Principal Saab and also Mahinder ji, Rahul ji, and Richa ji, and all other chemistry faculty for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to participate in this program. And today's program holds importance in many ways. One is because we are all celebrating the 75th year of our independence, that is called Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And dear students, I would like to share with you that the chemistry department of University Delhi and University Delhi itself is also celebrating the centenary year, because we have completed 100 years of our existence. So this is a pride moment for all of us, because we are a part of this centenary celebration. So as far as when this topic is concerned, I would like to give a brief overview that how we have traveled over these 75 years in terms of science and technology, and we'll discuss about it. So let me share my screen now. Is my screen visible to all of you? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So you see that, just 1 minute. Is it fine? Is it okay now? Visible?
Yes, sir.
You see that, I don't know if you are familiar with it or not, that all 75 years ago, our India's picture that was portrayed all over world was as shown on the left hand side. People say कि यहाँ तो सपेरों का और बाजीगरों का शहर है और country है, और we were using our bullock carts for agriculture and also the teaching. Even many of us were using hello. You are using our own sort of, dari or something to bring to the school, and then we were sitting over there. And I hope that many of us, almost all of us, might not have been witness the year 1947. हम लोगों ने कहानियां सुनी होंगी कि कैसे हमको आज़ादी मिली और क्या क्या हम लोगों को एफर्ट्स करने पड़े हमारे पूर्वजों को। तो अब सिर्फ कहानी हो गई है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये सिर्फ एक ऐसी कहानी बन के ना रह जाए, बल्कि इसको हमको फील किया जाए, और द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कम ऑन टीचर्स ऑल्सो, दैट दे शुड गिव अ लाइव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन कि क्या हुआ होगा और कैसे हम लोग इस पल तक पहुंचे हैं। और जैसा कि दिस स्लाइड हैज बीन शोन, that's in 75 years of our travel of independent India, we have come a way forward. We have our own defense system. We have our own, we are the largest producer of the milk. We have our own metro system. We have our own drugs and development program. We have our own smart classrooms. So this journey is not easy journey, because we were not rich at any time. And when India got independence, we were very poor, right? So this I would like to just briefly discuss the efforts made by people and how we achieve these goals and how we come to this point. Dear students, it is not the money that can help you in becoming a superpower or in becoming the wealthy. Because I tell you that many other countries were there in the world who are still rich and who are who have a lot of money, but they have not achieved what we have achieved. They have hired the services from other people. They have hired or they have imported doctors, engineers, and also their technicians, civil engineers. But in India, the story is totally different. We have not imported any scientists from abroad. We have not imported any technologists from abroad. Rather, we have created our own culture of producing scientists, technologists, and agriculture people. And this is a really something, a moment of pride for us, right? You see that it happened only, this is not there because India has more intelligent people than any other world, any other country. Because in terms of intelligence, any any country any country can have the equal number of intelligent people. So India is not special in that. The only way the India was different is that our thinking, our plan, how to proceed or how to make progress was different, right? Because I do not know if if you are aware that there was a article or there was a posting by a neighboring country who says that India has produced Sundar Pichai, who is the CEO of Google and Alphabet, Satya Nadella, who is the CEO of Microsoft, Shantanu Narayan, who is from Adobe, Rajiv Suri from Nokia, Parag Agarwal at Twitter, and many other people are there. But there are some other countries who also got independence at the same time, but they took a totally different pathway. They thought that we can produce these bombs, we can produce the missile systems, we can produce guns, and that's the way we can become the superpower. So you just see that what pathway we have followed and what pathway our other countries have followed. Some people have used the money or luxury to just kidnap kids from other countries and then tie them on camel and have the camel race. But India has not opted that pathway, right? So it is the well-planned pathway of many people that we have been achieved so much, right? And you see that it is not that only the India has made that much of progress. Japan is worth mentioning because Japan also got independence almost at the similar time in 1952, and Japan also has progressed well. So it depends. How you plan the things, how you plan for the future, that is very important. And fortunately, India, besides being a poor country at that time, made some robust plans so that we can achieve that much. You see that for the development of a country, there are various things that we need. First thing is that we need to keep ourselves safe and also our borders safe. We need to find a cure for the disease. We need food security so that every citizen get the food. We also need water securities, every citizen get water, energy security, and also the education empowerment. We also need weather protection. We also need good infrastructure. Also, we need now apps to book a cab or train or flight. And you see that we have been successful on all these fronts over the years, right? Now you see that, as I said before, that we have been able to produce our own scientists, our own engineers, our own technologists, our own management people, because we created the incubation centers where we can produce an atmosphere, we can develop an atmosphere to develop or to produce scientists, engineers, and technologists. And the planning was such that in the year 1947, the first Prime Minister, he actually decided to promote higher education and science and technology in India. So that was a major decision. And in the year 1942, the CSIR was established just before the independence, but CSR was strengthened after the independence, and many CSIR labs were opened, and the motto of CSIR was for the industrial development. So how to develop newer and newer industries, and you can see that CSIR labs are scattered all over India. Then it is the CSIR which is responsible, which encourage the scientists and science in India by starting some awards. For example, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, GN Ramchandran Gold Medal Award, CSIR Young Scientist Award, CSIR SNT Award, CSIR Technology Award, and Raman Research Fellowship Award for CSIR scientists. Right? So CSIR has made a great contribution in the development of science and technology. The next kind of institutions that I would like to mention is the IITs. So the first IIT was established in the year 1951, and then 4 more IITs were opened, that is Mumbai, Madras, Kanpur, and Delhi from 1958 to 61. And you know that how popular and how challenging they are to get the admission. So the quality education, when we had developed an idea that what is the quality education, and we realized this long back in the 50s itself, that what is the quality education and how to give a quality education to our society so that we can produce engineers, the world-class engineers, the world-class scientists, and world-class people. So the major contribution comes from the IITs also, because the IITs and CSIR labs are the incubation centers which can produce the scientists and engineers. Now, you see that IITs have expanded, and now there are 23 IITs located all over India. It is not only the CSIR and the IITs, a number of other institutions were also opened. For example, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Also, we created our own space research organization, ISRO. We also created Defense Research Development Organization, and IIT we have already mentioned. And all of these organizations specialize in particular field to develop an advanced type of knowledge-based technology. You see that UGC also has made a very great contribution, because UGC just maintains the quality of education in India, and there are central universities and also there are many state universities, and it just make the curriculum, make the program, and that is also instrumental. And we can say that all these university system, the CSIR lab, the IITs, the ISRO, the IISc Bangalore, and all these institutions are the incubation centers which have been able to produce the quality education and also the scientists and engineers and technologists in our country. I would like to give a brief overview that what they have achieved and how they have been instrumental in making the progress or in achieving the progress in our country. So first of all, the Department of Science and Technology was established in the year 1971. And the DST is monitoring the research in India. There are many centers, and it gives financial grant to all the research institutions also, and also the university professors and engineers and scientists. And then another institution was developed that is called Department of Biotechnology, and it was set up in the year 1986. You see that the CSIR has achieved a lot. So in the year 1950, they developed a synthetic drug, methaquinolone, They also developed optical glass at CGCRI. They also developed the Indian tractor Swaraj in the year 1967. They developed the first transgenic Drosophila model for the drug screening for cancer in humans. They invented once a week non-steroidal family planning pill, Saheli. They also designed first ever parallel processing computer that is called flow solver. And in the year 2011, they successfully tested first indigenous civilian aircraft and successfully challenged the grant of patent in US for use of haldi for wound healing and also neem as insecticide, because this was our treasury, and it was being lost because when US people claim that they have found the usefulness of haldi and also of neem, but it was our idea, it was our knowledge, and CSIR filed a case and they won the case and they bring back that information and the claim to India also. In the year 2020, the clinical trials to evaluate the Sepsivac efficacy to reduce mortality rate in COVID-19 patients were also achieved. Now, the defense technology is also worth mentioning because we have achieved so much in the area of defense. So we have so many labs. In the year 1958, when it was established, there were only 10 laboratories, but at present we have 50 laboratories all over India. And the Department of Defense Research Development Organization, specialization in the various fields, for example, aeronautical engineering, electronics, armaments, and combat vehicles, missiles, advanced computing and simulation, life science, special martials, agriculture, and training. But I would like to briefly mention some of the key achievements, and many of things you are already familiar with. For example, we developed our own technology to have this Tejas, the fighting system. Also, we developed this AMCA. We have also developed our Avatar. We also developed at DRDO the small armaments and artillery system, light vehicle infantry system, Vijanta tank also. And you see that we have created our own technology. We have not imported any idea. We have not taken any idea from any other country. So this was a great achievement by our country. In terms of radars also, we have made a very sound progress, because we have developed our own 2D radar for INA and IF. We have a Rajendra fire control radar. We have many other radar systems also. We have this floating system. We have the floating amphibious floating systems also that can travel in road and that can also travel in water. We have our this artillery system. We have our own central acquisition radar. But the most important and most visible development in terms of DRDO was the missile system. You see that 34 years ago, in the year 1988, our first missile was launched. It is called Prithvi. And I do not know if you may recall that just 2 days ago, there was an article in Hindustan Times on 20th February, and it is titled 34 years since Prithvi, India's missile plan continues to soar. So when this missile system, our Prithvi was launched, the range was only 250 kilometers. But over the years, we have improved a lot in our missile system. We have created various kind of missiles, for example, Agni, ballistic missile, Akash, Trishul, Nag, BrahMos, Shaurya, Sagarika, Sudarshan, and Praha, right? And the most significant achievement is the creation of this BrahMos, right? Not only that, we have recently created a hypersonic missile system that can travel by the speed of 7,500 km per hour, right? So this is a really moment of pride for all of us that we have gone from a speed of 250, from the range of 250 kilometer to 5,000 kilometers, and also we have achieved so much. And all this technology was based in India, right? With this kind of development, with this kind of hypersonic, uh, this missile system development, India has sharpened its focus on exporting weapons, including missiles. And in December 2020, the Union Cabinet, chaired by Prime Minister Modi, gave its go-ahead to the sale of Akash missile system to friendly foreign countries and created a high-powered panel for swifter approval to export the military software. India has set a range of blocking defense exports worth 5 billion by 2024. Means by the year 2024, we will be exporting the missile or the defense equipments of approximately $5 billion, right? And last month, the India's BrahMos Aerospace and the Philippines signed a deal worth almost $375 billion for the Philippine Marines to acquire 3 batteries of the BrahMos cruise missile, a shot in the arm for the New Delhi Air Force to emerge as an exporter to major defense hardware. So this is really, we should salute the DRDO. You see that who is the man behind this successful story of missile system? You all know. It is Professor APJ Abdul Kalam. He is also known as Missile Man of India. So he was not only our 11th President of India, but he has been decorated with Padma Bhushan in 1981 and also Padma Vibhushan in the year 1990 for his work with ISRO and DRDO. And he also received India's highest civilian honor, the Bharat Ratna, right? Professor Kalam has played a pivotal role in the India's Pokhran 2 nuclear test in the year 1998. Now, our success story doesn't end with DRDO. We have done exceedingly well in the area of atomic energy, right? And I would like to mention here a few scientists who have made a major contribution in the area of atomic energy. One is Professor D.S. Kothari. He was associated with Delhi University. Professor Meghna Saha, Professor Homi J. Bhabha, and Professor R.S. Krishna. They conducted pioneering research in physics in Europe during the year 1930. And this atomic energy came or became popular in India at the time of Hiroshima bombing in the August 1945. In March 1946, this institution was developed. It is called Board of Scientific and Industrial Research under CSIR, because CSIR was established in the year 1942, and then the BSIR was set up, and to start the atomic research, atomic research in India under the Bhabha's leadership. This committee's purpose was to explore India's atomic energy resources and also to suggest ways to develop and harness them, because we have a good mineral resources and we can create our own raw material for producing the atomic energy, right? And this was recognized by the Geological Survey of India. They said that we have a potential significant deposits of radioactive ores, including pitchblende, uranium, and thoriumite. You see that the first nuclear power plant was set up in Tarapur Atomic Power Station. And this was established with the help of Canada. But right now, India is in 5th position to have the nuclear power, to have the nuclear energy. And there are 22 nuclear reactors which are in operation, and 7 nuclear power plants having a total installed capacity of more than 7,000 megawatt. And you see that these nuclear power reactors are scattered all over India. So in this endeavor, the name of Professor Bhabha need a special mention because in the year 1945, he established Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. He was appointed as first director of TIFR. And in the year 1949, CSIR designated TIFR to be the center for all large-scale projects in nuclear research. So TIFR has made a great contribution for establishing the nuclear power plants in India. Dr. Bhabha was also the founding director of Atomic Energy Establishment, Bombay, in 1954, and now named as Bhabha Atomic Research Center in his honor. He was also awarded Adams Prize in 1942 and Padma Bhushan in 1954. And in the year 1970, TIFR started research in radio astronomy with the setting up of Ooty Radio Telescope. The first radios appeared in India in the year 1970. You see that the other scientists, who have made a significant contribution, and it is worth mentioning them, is Vikram Sarabhai. So in the year 1957, Soviet Union launched world's first satellite, which is called Sputnik 1. And India's space program was started in the year 1962 by the Indian National Committee for Space Research, and it was chaired by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. And this is a center, this is called Indian Space Research Organization. It was established in the year 1969, right? ISRO built India's first satellite, Aryabhat. This is a picture of Aryabhat, which was launched by Soviet Union in year 1975. And the 5 years later, in the year 1980, ISRO launched satellite RS-1 on board its SLV, because we created our own launching vehicle in the year 1980. So this was a great development because we were dependent on other countries for launching our satellites, but then we created our own launch vehicles to launch the satellites. And in the year 1990, India developed Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, which boosts the India's space program significantly. You see that PSLV made a history because it enabled India to launch 48 Indian satellites and 209 satellites for customers from abroad. Because earlier, India was requesting the foreign countries to launch their satellites, but you see that there is a development that we created our own launch vehicle, PSLV, and now not only we can launch our own satellites, but we have launched 209 satellites from the foreign countries, right? And so far, India has launched 342 foreign satellites from 34 countries. And this includes USA, the developed country, UK, Canada, Germany, and 30 other nationals. So they are requesting us, they are using our launch pad to launch the satellites. So that shows that how much India has traveled. कि पहले जैसे कहते थे कि सपेरों का शहर है, सपेरों की कंट्री है, वो देखिए कि कहां से कहां आ गई. Now, you already know that ISRO has sent 2 missions to the moon and once to Mars. And in the year 2008, our Chandrayaan-1 to verify the presence of water on moon was sent. And we, for the first time, reported the presence of water on moon, right? And then mission Mars was launched in the year 2013 by PSLV. Using the same launch vehicle, it was launched. You see that India has further gone forward, and it has developed the GSLV and GSLV Mk3 for launching of heavy satellites and human beings. Because the PSLV system uh, can be used for as a launching pad, but only for lighter kind of satellites, but not also with the human beings. But the GSLV, the newer kind of launching vehicle we have settled or we have created, can be used for heavy satellites also and human beings. And this Chandrayaan 2, which was launched in the year 2019, was launched by the GSLV Mk3 system. India made history, you might be remembering that at one point, we used the PSLV system to launch 104 satellites in one go. That was the history, and we made a record. Because earlier, the record was that Russia launched 37 satellites in one go. And prior to that, USA launched 29 satellites in one go. So you see that from 29, that is from USA, to 37 from Russia, we have launched 104 satellites by using the single vehicle that is called PSLV C-37. Now, we have created our own GPS system. We don't have to depend. You might be already enjoying the GPS system on your phone and also while you are driving. So this was when I tell you that 20 years ago, when I went to European countries and also the US, I never thought that we will be having so much of progress. It was just imaginable. But now we have our own GPS, we have our own launching vehicle, we have our own satellites also, and we can predict our weather on our own. This was not possible earlier. Now, I would like to briefly mention that there are 6 revolutions that came in India and that changed the face of India, right? And these revolutions are the white revolution that is linked with the production of milk, the blue revolution that is linked with the production of fish and fisheries. Then there is a telecom revolution. In what way the telecom revolution has progressed. We have the revolution in terms of drugs and vaccine drugs development. We have the revolution in terms of railway computation. We have a green revolution. We have a satellite and communication revolution that we have already briefly discussed. You see that for the green revolution, that provided the food security for all of us. The credit goes to Professor M.S. Swaminathan. So in the year 1961, M.S. Swaminathan invited Professor Norman, who suggested a revolution like what has happened in other countries, Mexico, Japan, and other countries in Indian agriculture. Because Professor Swaminathan was awarded the Nobel Prize because he created some hybrid varieties of many staples, right? But India was new to that. So Professor Swaminathan was a botanist, and he invited Professor Norman, and they worked together. They also created the newer varieties of our food, and that was more robust. It was, resistant to pests, and we can produce more quantity of the food in a smaller area, and that helped us in making our country self-dependent. Because in the year 1971, only our principal Saab and only a few teachers might be remembering from that period that we were importing even the gehu from Australia, and the Australian people would try to give us the substandard kind of food, the gehu to us, to India, and the quality was so bad that it was even difficult to digest that. But just in the span of like 50 years, we are now self-dependent. We are not importing any food item from anywhere else. Rather, we are exporting the food items, and the credit goes to Professor M.S. Swaminathan. You see that this Harit Kranti jo leke aaye, that has been more instrumental, particularly in the northern part, because these are the agricultural states like Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, and also the Western Uttar Pradesh. So this, the net impact of the Green Revolution was that we could double or multiple our cropping system, because earlier we were producing only 1 or 2 crops in a year, but now we can produce 3 or 4 crops also in a year. Then we have started using the pesticides and fertilizers. We have also created a proper irrigation system, because our irrigation system was not robust at that time, but we learned how to use our proper irrigation system. We use modern machineries also. So this created a lot of employment. This doubled the production. This also created food security, high yield, and also poverty alleviation. You see that the irrigation system, the tube wells, I mean, you can realize here that people were fully dependent on monsoon earlier. But over the years, we have installed the tube well system all over India, and now our farmers are not dependent on the monsoon itself. Now, the white revolution is another revolution that is worth mentioning. And you see that till 1955, India was importing 500 tons of butter and 3,000 tons of baby food from Europe. And I do not know how many of you can recall, maybe not the students, but many other my fellow teachers and also our principal and some of the staff can recall that 15-20 years back, during the summer time, जो मिठाइयाँ हैं, जो मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स है, मिठाइयाँ, खोया और ये पनीर, ये सब बंद हो जाता था, मिलता नहीं था, because we were not producing enough milk. But you see that nowadays all those kind of bans have gone, and even you are not aware कि पहले कोई भी, it was illegal to sell this the khoya based mithais and also to sell paneer, because when people were not having enough milk for feeding our kids, that's why this was a banned item, having barfi. But over the years, you see that we do not have such kind of things, and it has become a history now. And the credit for that goes to a single person. He is called Professor Varghese Kurian, right? Because he developed the dairy system. In the year 1965, he developed National Dairy Development Board, right? And it was established by our then Prime Minister, Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, under the chairmanship of Dr. Varghese Kurian. And he is also the founder and chairman of Amul. You know that. What is Amul? So in the year 1970, this NDDB launched Operation Flood. This is called White Revolution. So they created the dairy system, and they stored the milk at various centers, and then they transported it and they processed it. And you see, this is the progress. In the year 1950 to 51, India was producing only 17 million tons of milk. And nowadays, this data is only 3 years old, that in the year 2018 to 19, we produce 188 million tons of milk per year. So you see that this is more than, I mean, you can say that 10-fold or 11-fold. This progress is more than 10-fold and 11. That's why there is no ban on selling paneer or barfi these days, right? So this created self-sufficiency in milk production, the white revolution. This also augments the rural income and fair prices for the consumers. Now, the another scientist, I mean, who need to be mentioned is Professor Dr. Dalaya. He was a dairy engineer. He was working with Kurian, and he developed an indigenous technology to develop milk powder from buffalo milk. And it happened for the first time in India, in the world actually. that we created milk powder from the milk. And you see, what are the advantages of milk? I don't need to mention, right? So the impact of Operation Flood, as I've already mentioned, that now there are so many milk producing centers are there all over India, and Amul is only the one of them. And we have Vita, Varka, and so many. I mean, the milk producing centers are there with different names and companies. The another revolution that is worth mentioning is the Blue Revolution, and this is not very popular. I do not know, because White Revolution you might be familiar with, and also the Green Revolution. The Blue Revolution basically first began in China, where fishing is an ancient activity. But I would like to share with you that Asian countries contribute over 90% to aquaculture worldwide, right? And China itself contributes more than 70%. But over the years, in India, the Blue Revolution is called also the Neeli Kranti Mission, was launched during the 7th 5-year plan, that is 85 to 90. For this, government sponsored the Fish Farmers Development Agency, FFDA, was developed. And in the year 2006, National Fisheries Development Board was established, and fishing harbors in Porbandar, Visakhapatnam, Kochi, and Port Blair were established. And now we know that how to increase the production of this fish and fisheries. I mean, what kind of system we should use, and how we can develop our own ponds also to multiply the fish and fisheries. And that's why this is called Blue Revolution, right? You see that what is the impact of Blue Revolution, that there is an overall improvement in aquaculture by adopting new techniques of fish breeding, rearing, marketing and export. Production of fishery sector increased from 60,000 tons to 4.7 million tons. You just imagine that for how big is the revolution, the Blue Revolution, right? It is in the over of 50-year period, right? And India became world's second largest fish producer now. Fisheries has become India's single largest agriculture export, and the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh is known as the shrimp capital of India. This is called highest shrimp production. And in the last decade, the India's average annual growth was 14.8% in terms of fish and fisheries. This satellite communication is another thing that I would like to share with you. You see that actually the newer generation, the students have not experienced the kind of progress, or the quantum of progress, but we can compare, and many of my colleagues of my age can compare. Because in Delhi, if you want to have a landline system phone, then there was a waiting period of 20 years in some areas, right? But minimum period of waiting to get a landline connection was 7 years. You may not imagine, you cannot, but you can discuss with your parents that this was the situation. You see that nowadays we have gone so forward and so much away from that situation, that now that every Indian is keeping more than one mobile phone, irrespective of his income, irrespective of his status, right? And this has become possible only because of the satellite and communication revolution. So there are two major satellite systems of India. One is INSAT, Indian National Satellite System. It is a group of 24 satellites used for communication. And other is called IRNSS, Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System. And it has 7 satellites. It is used for real-time positioning and timing services, right? So these kind of satellites have improved our capacity to go for telecommunication, television, digital camera, radio broadcasting, internet access, and also disaster management and military. So we have our own navigation system. You see the railways also, because in my just can I give hold for a minute? Hello, hello. Yes, sir. Give it. I really apologize because there was some important call, very important call. That's why I had to pick it. So you see that in terms of railway reservation, earlier, I mean, we had to go for this manual reservation system, but you know that how easy it is that we can use our mobile to go for reservation, and also in our flight system. So all this has become possible because we have our own robust computerized system, robot internet system, and the credit goes to our engineers to develop that kind of thing. And after that, I would like to briefly mention here that nowadays over 6 lakh passengers are making booking through this railway system every day. And about 5 lakh arrival and departures of trains are recorded and monitored by our this satellite system. This I have already briefly discussed that earlier we had to book this STD call or ISD call to make a call to our to another city which is even 60 kilometers from Delhi or from any other place. But now we have our own. There is no people luckily do not remember what is STD and what is ISD. All these booths have vanished now. Now, in terms of drugs and vaccinations, also we have achieved a lot because we have created a lot of pharmaceutical industries also, and we are producing a lot of medicines and vaccines not only for our country but we are also supplying to all over India. And there are many pharmaceutical companies I would like to mention, for example, Sun Pharma, Mankind, Intas, Lupin, and Dr. Reddy's and Cipla. They are doing a wonderful job. And you see that in terms of vaccine development, you already know the successful story of India, that India, because people were thinking that it will take a couple of years to vaccinate all of our citizens in India. But in less than a year, we have successfully vaccinated all of our people. And also we have created a surplus of vaccine, and that has been exported to other countries also who are in need. Uh, this is, I mean, I would like to just mention that India received request for hydroxychloroquine from USA at one point during the COVID period, and India produced this good supply of hydroxychloroquine for supplying to USA. So these pharmaceutical companies have given vaccines to Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal, South Africa, Brazil, and other countries. I would like to briefly mention some people who have also contributed to a great extent to science. And one of them is from our family, Professor C.N.R. Rao. He is from IISc Bangalore. So Professor Rao has worked mainly in solid state and structural chemistry, and he has honorary doctorates from 83 universities around the world. And he was one of the earliest to synthesize two-dimensional oxide materials such as lanthanum, copper oxide, and he synthesized first liquid nitrogen temperature superconductor in the year 1987. He worked his work has a profound impact on colossal magnetoresistance and high temperature superconductivity. He received most of the scientific awards, and that include the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Bharat Ratna in the year 2014. And he received he's the third recipient after Dr. C.V. Raman and Professor Abdul Kalam. Then Professor Hargobind Khurana is also worth mentioning. He got the Nobel Prize in the area of nucleic acid research because he, for the first time, synthesized the nucleic acid, the small oligonucleotide acid in the lab, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize in the year 1968, and that revolutionized the synthetic nucleic acid chemistry area. Then this Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar is also has made a great contribution. He was an Indian colloid chemist, academic and scientific administrator, and he was the first Director General of CSIR. And he was also considered as father of research laboratories in India. And he was the first chairman of UGC. And in his honor, CSIR launched Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. And his research interests included emulsions, colloids, and industrial chemistry. And he significantly contributed in the field of magnetochemistry. And he, in the year 1928, jointly developed with Professor K.N. Mathur the Bhatnagar-Mathur magnetic interference balance. Professor Sheshadri belongs to our own chemistry department. He was the head of the department and for a long time, and he is well known for his work in Indian medicinal and other plants having pharmacological significance. Dr. Sheshadri had a special interest in flower pigworts because this area of research is only confined to India and China, the pharmaceutical, the phytochemical investigation, because we have a good flora and fauna, and there are many medicinal plants in India. But this knowledge that which compound in a particular plant is good for a particular activity, this Professor Sheshadri made a contribution because he tried to isolate the compounds from the plants and then studied their biological activity. And that has been instrumental in developing the newer drugs and biologically important compounds. He was a fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, and he was also served as a president of INSA, Indian National Academy of Science, during the year 67 to 68, and also Indian Academy of Science, and was a member of editorial boards of several reputed journals. And he was also awarded Padma Bhushan. So actually, I have not covered all the Indian researchers and scientists because it is a very lengthy process. It will take a couple of hours. And also, I was informed that Professor D.S. Rawat, my colleague from chemistry department, will also highlight information, or will also highlight some of the facts about this contribution of the scientists in the next talk. So with these words, I would like to stop here. But please note that these are this is not the end of the list, because you can also be the list also, and your name also can be mentioned in many of the lectures. And with these words, I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Our audience has definitely got a lot of information and inspiration from you. After such an informative session, our participants have few questions. Sir, do we have your permission to proceed with the questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first question is.
Rather, I would be happy to answer the questions.
The question is, so what are prospect of nuclear energy as clean energy and how sustainable it can be in Indian context?
Okay. Actually, there are some myths that the nuclear energy or nuclear reactors are not safe. I mean, you see that we always learn from our past. And Japan is a country who produce almost 90% of their energy from the nuclear reactors. Though there were some accidents, but we have accidents and we learn from them. And nowadays the nuclear reactors are there, which can sustain a earthquake of 8 or 9 on the reactor scale. So this is a really a great achievement, and we always learn. And there is no. The thing is that whether we live in the dark or we should go to light. If we, because when this cylinders, the LPG cylinders were developed, at that time there was a apprehension that these cylinders are not safe, right? And we should not use cylinders. We should use our chulha in home. And our grandparents also said that no, I will not allow the chulha, these cylinders to come to my home because these are not safe. But you see that there are accidents, LPG cylinders explode, but what is the percentage? So we have to take it, we have to decide whether we want to go in the dark age or we want to just progress. And for making the progress, we have to take decisions, we have to take wise decisions, and we have to improve on our part. If there is some lacuna, if there is some problem, then we can improve on that. Japan has not closed the nuclear reactors after this tragedy, after big tragedy. Only thing is that Japan has learned that how to make these nuclear reactors more safe. But again, when they are still dependent on the nuclear reactors.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, sir, what can we do to reduce carbon dioxide emissions as in net zero emissions?
Okay. You see that since this is a family of chemistry background or science background people are there. So this is not only only a researcher or a chemist can make a contribution. A lot of people can make a contribution. If we save energy at home, if we save like 20% of energy at home, and that we can do by avoiding the excessive use or unwarranted use of light. Sometimes, I mean, we can do that. We can save energy. We can, as I mean, in terms of fuels also, if we go towards this battery operated fuels or electrical charged vehicles, then we can make contribution. And in world has made already a progress. I tell you that I belongs to this northern India, and many of you also. Many of my relatives are from Ghaziabad, from the Meerut, from some other adjoining areas, from Faridabad, Gurgaon. And earlier there were power cuts for 6 to 11 hours. आपने भी शायद देखे होंगे. But this LED development, आप जानते हैं LED से पहले जो घर में जो बल्ब का साइज था वो 60 watt से 100 watt कम से कम रहता था. But now we have LED bulbs of 9 watt and 11 watt, right? So you see that we are reducing by 1/6 the energy consumption by 1/6, right? Now instead of 60 watt bulb, we are using a 10 watt LED bulb. So there are various ways, and only the science can make contribution in this regard. Only thing is that you have to think in a better way. The solar panel is a next upcoming thing, because I was in Rajdhani College, the governing body, and the Rajdhani College has erected this solar panels. So that saves a lot of energy, because many times the colleges are not in operation mode and they can supply energy to the grid. So solar energy is the next upcoming thing, and the electrical vehicles are the next upcoming things that can reduce the green emission.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering all the queries.
You are welcome.
Our next speaker for today's event is Professor D.S. Rawat. Recently, Professor Rawat was elected as a Fellow National Academy of Sciences. In addition, Sir holds a very important administrative post of Dean of Examination at University of Delhi. He is a professor since March 2010. He obtained his master's degree from Kumaon University, Nainital in 1993 and was honored with the Merit Certificate for securing first position in the university. He did his PhD in medicinal chemistry from Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. He worked 2 years in a pharmaceutical industry and did postdoctoral work at Indiana University and Purdue University, USA. He was an assistant professor of medicinal chemistry at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali, before joining University of Delhi in 2003. Professor Rawat has published over 158 research papers, authored a book, 3 book chapters, and 9 patents to his credit. His work has been cited over 5,678 times with H index of 42 and I index of 122. His research interests lie in the areas of development of small organic molecules as anti-cancer, anti-malarial, antimicrobial, and anti-Parkinson agents and nanocatalysis. One of his molecules has been licensed to Boston-based pharmaceutical industry for the development as a drug for the treatment of Parkinson's disease. I invite Sir to enlighten the participants on the topic Indian scientists and their contribution to the society pre-independence era.
Okay. Well, this is to inform you that Rao sir is joining in few more moments. Please bear with us.
Our next speaker for today's event is Professor D.S. Rawat. Recently, Professor Rawat was elected as a Fellow of National Academy of Sciences. In addition, Sir holds a very important administrative post of Dean of Examination at University of Delhi. He is a professor since March 2010. He obtained his master's degree from Kumaon University, Nainital in 1993 and was honored with the Merit Certificate for securing first position in the university. He did his PhD in medicinal chemistry from Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. He worked 2 years in a pharmaceutical industry and did postdoctoral work at Indiana University and Purdue University, USA. He was an assistant professor of medicinal chemistry at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali, before joining University of Delhi in 2003. Professor Rawat has published over 158 research papers, authored a book, 3 book chapters, and 9 patents to his credit. His work has been cited over 5,678 times with H index of 42 and I index of 122. His research interests lie in the areas of development of small organic molecules as anti-cancer, anti-malarial, antimicrobial, and anti-Parkinson agents and nanocatalysis. One of his molecules has been licensed to Boston-based pharmaceutical industries for the development as a drug for the treatment of Parkinson's disease. I invite Sir to enlighten the participants on the topic Indian scientists and their contribution to the society pre-independence era. We welcome you, Sir. Please enlighten us with your lecture.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind word of introduction and invitation to me to be present in this lecture. I'm extremely sorry for the delay. As you know, the convocation of the university is scheduled on 26th, and I have to make so many arrangements. And yesterday night, I received a call that I have to meet the Honorable Defense Minister at 9:30. Just coming back, and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, just let me just go and pull out my presentation. Just a minute. I mean, just see. Yeah, can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So once again, my deep apologies for the delay. So I thought I will deliver this talk from chemistry department. I went there, then the previous speaker took a little bit time. Then I came back to chemistry branch to finish some of the files. So here I am today now. So I was asked to deliver a talk on Indian scientific contribution before independence era. Generally, we talk most of the time on the subject what we work on, and this talk is a little bit different than what I used to talk in previous lectures. So I will try to cover up some of the contribution of the scientists, those who made the great contribution before independent era. Let me just show you the first slide, what the Western people used to tell about us. Mark Twain was a great American philosopher, educationist, and author. He said that India is the cradle of the human race, birthplace of human speech, mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most instructive materials in the history of men are treasured up in India only. This is what Mark Twain has said. Another person who spoke very highly about India's contribution is Albert Einstein, who was the Nobel laureate. He said, "We owe a lot to the Indians who taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery would have been made." But this is what our past was. And if you go back Indus Valley civilization or the Vedic era, you will see that Indians have done wonderful scientific work. Even if you visit to those places, the ancient places, the temples, the kind of infrastructure they developed at that particular point of time was amazing. Because in today's time, whatever you do, you have so many things at your disposal. But think about 1,000 years back, what kind of society that would have been, what kind of people they would have been, those who have constructed those kind of structures by carving it in the stones. Unfortunately, after independence, we lost all those glories because we are never taught about our heritage. We are never taught what we were in the past. What we are taught, in fact, what we were during this age of the, when we were ruled by the foreigners. So that is the history, that is the condition what we were taught. We've forgotten all of our legends. When we talk about the chemistry, the term atom was given by Kanna, Maharishi Kanna. We don't teach that words. So let me talk some of those discoveries in the contemporary era the Indians have made, and let us see how they have done this. The first name comes when we talk about the Prafulla Chandra Ray. Because I'm a chemist, so I pulled up this information first. P.C. Ray was born in 1861, and he was eminent Bengali chemist, an academician, and entrepreneur. He established the first chemical industry in India. He was the founder of Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceuticals, the India's first pharmaceutical company. I don't know how many of the kids knows about it. During the first wave of COVID in 2020, March or August 2020 in between, there was a talk about the supply of HCQ, hydroxychloroquine, from India to across the globe. In one of the picture, the Brazilian president showed the Hanuman taking the mountain, and when the HCQ was supplied to that country, and this HCQ, hydroxychloroquine, synthesized by the pharmaceutical company called Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, that was established by great chemist Prafulla Chandra Ray. While Ray was in the 4th standard, he suffered severe attack of dysentery, and that affected his life throughout. And he was very weak physically, but mentally very sharp. Why I'm telling all these stories? Because whenever you read something, you must read the story behind the discoveries of those people, because that will motivate you to do better in your life. Though he was born in a wealthy family, but due to some financial losses, his financial condition was very bad. His family was in the debt, and Ray cleared the Gilchrist Prize scholarship that opened up an opportunity for him to study abroad. His father gave a permission to him, but as an Orthodox mother was very skeptical for him to send to abroad. But what he said, that he promised that when he come back from England, he will have a good position, and that will help him to clear all the debt what they have at that time. So he earned his DSc degree from Edinburgh University in 1887, received his honorary DSc from Durham University in 1912, another from Dhaka University. This is what we call now Dhaka University in Bengal in 1936. He was honorary fellow of Chemical Society, Dutch Academy Munich, and he was a president of Indian Science Congress in 1920. Though he was a doctorate at that time, it was very hard for him to get a job because India was not fairly well at that time economically. And he worked in the laboratory of Jagdish Chandra Bose, who was his friend. In 1889, he was appointed as an assistant professor in Presidency College, Calcutta. And the Presidency College, is one of the best colleges at that time in the country. In spite of all these difficulties, he founded the Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceutical Works. In 1894, his father died. This was a great blow on Praful Chandra. And his father was still in debt, and thousands of rupees were needed. Only a small part of the property remained. Even this was sold so that the debt could be repaid. So this is what his family background was. In 1921, when he reached 60-year-old, he donated all of his wealth, his salary, to the development of the chemistry department of Calcutta University. He remained bachelor. All these 20 years, he lived in a simple room on the first floor of the college. And some of his students were poor and could not live elsewhere. He shared the room with them also. At the age of 75, he retired from his professorship. How he started working on it, what was his discovery? His main discovery was the discovery of mercury salt. So he used to collect the bones of the dead cattle and store them in the backyard. That annoyed his neighbors. From the waste cattle bones, he produced phosphate of soda having medicinal tonic properties. In 1892, Ray started a small chemical industry, which we call Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Works later on. In 1894, he discovered mercurous nitrate, and that added a new feather on his cap and emerged as a turning point in his career. He reported this in Journal of Asiatic Society in 1896, later published in Journal of Chemical Society in London. He began preparing ammonium nitrate, a colorless crystalline salt, used as a fertilizer and highly explosive by mixing TNT and aluminum powder. And this is the picture of the company he founded. And Acharya Ray's nationalistic outlook and sense of patriotism brought a national leader like Mahatma Gandhi, C.R. Das, and in 1904, working the capital grew to 23,000 rupees at that time with 70 workers. In 1983, it has total revenue of 80 lakhs. And at that time, he wrote 2 volumes of Hindu chemistry textbook. And that was, I could not cover this in this talk because I do not have a time. Please read those 2 books, 2 volume of books, which Prafulla Chandra Ray wrote about Hindu chemistry. Can you believe that somebody can dare today to talk any scientific content with this term Hindu? It will be termed as communal. And in fact, these books were reviewed by Nature. Nature has written a review on these books. Unfortunately, today we can't even use this term. And that's most pathetic and sad part of our society. In the name of secularism, we can say anything as we speak. But he is the person who wrote those 2 volumes of those books. And those books were not available in the market. Recently, I heard that these books were now again launched in the market, and I procured one of those volumes. So please read these books. And this is the exhibition that was done to commemorate his 105th birth anniversary in Calcutta. Next one is Srinivasa Ramanujan. We all know about this person. Let me just show you what kind of hardship he went through. He was a great mathematician. His achievements are independently discovered the results of Gauss, Kramer, and other hygrometric series. Ramanujan's own work on partial sums and products of hypergeometric series have led to the major development in the topic. He was born in 1887 in Erode in Tamil Nadu, and his father was a clerk. We all must have heard about his stories that he could not even clear his 10th examination because he was so passionate about mathematics, and he did not read other texts. He was a poor person, but he has a passion about mathematics. He investigated the series of 1 by n and calculated Erole's constant to 15 decimal place. He began to study the Bernoulli numbers, although this was entirely his own independent discovery. He was given the scholarship by the government, and he neglected, as I said before, his other subjects. Ramanujan lived on the charity of his friends, filling up the notebooks with mathematical discoveries and seeking patrons to support his work. In 1906, Ramanujan went to the college in Madras, aimed to pass the first art examination, which would allow him to be admitted in the University of Madras. Continuing his mathematical work, Ramanujan studied continued fractions and divergence series in 1908. At this stage, he became seriously ill, and that affected his career. In 1909, he was married, and at the age of 16, he completed a book which has about 5,000 theorems. But his financial condition was not good. So he requested for a job, and this is what he has written. He requested for a job of a clerical job. He said that I have this qualification, I can do justice. And this was recommended by Professor E.W. McMast, a mathematical professor at Presidency College, who wrote that the young man of a quite exceptional capacities in the mathematics, and he joined as a clerk, making 30 rupees per month. Look at this. He has nowhere to go, nowhere to survive. He has to give up his all what he wanted to do. But Professor Gilpin, the Madras Engineering College, was interested in Ramanujan's work. He was only 16-year-old at that time, wrote to Professor Hill in London and sent some of his work and a copy of his 1911 paper on Bernoulli number. What Hill replied, he said it is very encouraging, but he could not follow what Ramanujan wanted to say. In January 1913, Ramanujan wrote to G.H. Hardy, having seen a copy of his 1910 research paper on infinity. Hardy, together with Livelihood, studied the long list of unproved theorems which were proposed by Ramanujan, enclosed with his letter. Hardy wrote back to Ramanujan and shows his interest in his work. Madras University gave Ramanujan a scholarship in 1913 for 2 years. In 1914, Hardy brought Ramanujan to Trinity College, Cambridge, to begin an extraordinary collaboration. Right from the start of Ramanujan collaboration with Hardy led to the discovery of important results. In a joint paper, Hardy with Ramanujan gave an asymptotic formula Pn. That remarkable property appears to give a correct value of Pa. Ramanujan had problems settling in England. He was an orthodox Brahmin right from his beginning. He had problems with his diet, and outbreak of First World War affected his health and studies. But he was awarded BA degree by research. This degree was later renamed as PhD in March 1916 for his work on highly composite numbers, the first part of which was published as a paper in Proceedings of London Mathematical Society. The paper was over 50 pages with different properties of such numbers proven. Hardy remarked that this was one of the most unusual papers seen in the mathematical research at that time, and Ramanujan showed extraordinary ingenuity in handling it. On December 6, 1917, he was elected to the London Mathematical Society, became the Fellow of Royal Society in 1918, becoming the second Indian to do so at that time. He was one of the youngest fellows in the history of Royal Society London. On 13 October 18, he became the first Indian to be elected the Fellow of Trinity College, London. Number 7 to 9 is known as Hardy Ramanujan number after a famous anecdote of British mathematician Hardy regarding to his visit to the hospital to see Ramanujan. In Hardy's word, what he said, I remember once going to see him when he was ill at Punti. I had written a taxi cab number 1729 and remarked that number seems to me rather dull one, and that I hope it was not unfavorable omen. No, Ramanujan replied. It is a very interesting number indeed. It is the smallest number of expressible as the sum of two cubes in two different ways. These two different ways were 179, 1 cube plus 12 cube equal to 9 cube plus 10 cube. Generalization of this idea have created a notion of taxi cab number. Coincidentally, in 1729 is also Kermiel's number. But this is what the beauty of this great man was. Just looking at the number, he gave the solution of that particular number, which is called a taxi cab number. Ramanujan instant home is this now. This is converted as a museum, and this is Ramanujan way back in early 90s in the Trinity College, London. He fell seriously ill 1917, and his doctor feared that he would die. He did improve a little by September, but spent most of his time in various nursing homes. On February 18, 1918, Ramanujan was elected the Fellow of Cambridge Philosophical Society. By the end of November 18, Ramanujan's health had greatly improved. He came back to India However, his health deteriorated and he died at the age of 33. The age of 33, when most of the people are unable to settle down, he made a name for him and the country. And this is the significant contribution what Ramanujan made in the Indian mathematics. Third important name is C.V. Raman. And it's so unfortunate because, we have one Nobel laureate working in India and got the Nobel Prize. And this is what we call Raman spectroscope. And Raman spectroscopy, I heard first time when I went to the United States to do my postdoc. When my postdoc advisor asked me about Raman spectroscopy, I could not answer because I was never taught. You are taught about IR spectroscopy, but not the Raman. And this is how we treat our own discoveries. When I came back to Delhi University way back in 2003, when the syllabus change of undergrad courses were being undertaken, I proposed in the IR, little bit Raman spectroscopy should also be taught. Since I was new, I was given a kind of left and right, because people don't want to come out from their comfort zone. But I think it was incorporated somewhere later on. And let me just show you what he did and how he did. This is just for the young students. Please understand the kind of hardship, kind of hard work these people have done. Only the hard work will give you the position what you aim for. So this is very important. His father was lecturer in mathematics and physics. In his primary education was done at Tamil Nadu. He joined Indian Finance Department, Kolkata first. And his research areas was optics and all that. In 1930, the first Asian scientist to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics for his discovery related to scattering of light, what we call Raman effect. Raman's elder brother was officer in Indian Audit and Accounts Services, and Raman wanted to enter into the same department. So he set for the competitive examination. Day before the examination of the result, the MA examination was published. He passed the first class, recording the highest marks in the Madras University up to that time. He was the top. At the age of 90, Raman held a high position in the government. He was appointed as the Assistant Accountant General in Finance Department in Calcutta. And same year, something happened that gave him a new turn his career. One evening, Raman was returning from his office. He saw the name plate of the Indian Association of Cultivation of Science at 210 Bao Bazar Street in Kolkata. Immediately, he got off the tram and went in. There were spacious rooms and old scientific instruments which could be used to demonstrate the experiment. Raman asked Dr. Schilcher, who was the honorary secretary of the association, whether he could conduct research there in his spare time or not. Sarkar gladly agreed. Raman took up the house adjoining to the association. A door was provided between the house and the laboratory. During the daytime, he would attend the office and carry out his duties. His mornings and nights were devoted to research. This gave him full satisfaction. So he continued his ceaseless activities in Calcutta in that particular level. But in 1909, he was transferred to Rangoon, the capital of Burma. When Chandrasekhar Iyer passed away in 1910, Raman came back to Madras for 6 months. After completing his rights, Raman spent the rest of his leave period in the research work going in the Madras University lab. The Science College of Calcutta was started in 1915, and Raman was appointed as professor at the age of 29. He was satisfied with a powerful post in the government, which brought a good salary. Indian Science Congress started in 1913. The first session was held in 1914. Ashutosh Mukherjee was the first president, and Raman was the president of physical section at that time. He lectured in the Physical Society, London. He was introduced by Thomson and Rutherford, the famous English physicist. Raman visited the church and whispered at one point of the church tower is heard clearly at the another point. Like our Bhur Bhulaiya in Lucknow, from one point to another point, you can see the whisper. This effect produced the reflection of the sound, aroused his curiosity. Raman traveled to England by sea. In his leisure time, he used to sit in the upper deck of the ship and enjoy the beauty of the vast sea. And this is what we all know about the color of sea water. And that thinking of the change of the color water gave him the idea of Raman scattering. And that Raman scattering, he was honored by electing as FRS in 1914. His research work on sound became famous all over the world. Sometimes the rainbow appears and delights our eyes. We see it in the sets of red, orange, yellow, green, and blue light. And this is what the Raman scattering all about. And we talked about the monochromatic light passed through the transparent substance. The beam of light is scattered. And this is what we teach you, the scattering of light and how it affects the matter. In 1928, he was declared this. Raman was announced as a new phenomenon discovery by him in the world. He was also acknowledged with affection, assistant given by K.S. Krishnan and Venkateswaran, who were his students. And then he got a Nobel Prize on this discovery in 1930. This phenomena, the Raman effect, will continuously undoubtedly become a most important source of increasing our knowledge of the state of the atoms, the molecules, the matter, the transition state, between which the characteristic spectra are emitted. And this is what the Neil Bohr has to say on his elevation as Nobel laureate. When he was 18 years old, one of his research papers was published in Philosophical Magazine of England. Later, another paper was published in the scientific journal called Nature. So he became the first director of newly established Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. In 1947, he was appointed as a national professor by Government of India. He retired from Indian Institute of Science in 1948, and later he established a Raman Research Institute in Bangalore, where he worked until his death. Next one is, how much time do I have? Can you please tell me how much time I have?
Half an hour.
Okay. So next one, Jagdish Chandra Bose. His achievement was that he proved that plants do have feelings. No, and he was the person who taught that plants are living entities. Unfortunately, he could not get the Nobel Prize. He was one of the people who should have, along with S.N. Bose. Jagdish Chandra Bose did his work recognized in the country, in the Western world. And he was born in 1858. In 1880, he went to England. He studied the medicine at London University, England, for a year, but gave up because of his health. Within a year, he moved to Cambridge to take up scholarship and studied the natural science. After his return, J.C. Bose was offered a lectureship at Presidency College, Calcutta, but his salary was half than the teaching faculty who used to come from England. He accepted his job but refused to draw a salary in protest. After 3 years, college ultimately gave up and accepted his demand. As a teacher, J.C. Bose was very popular and engaged in the interest of his students by making extensive use of scientific demonstrations. Many of his students at Presidency College were destined to become famous of their own. That includes S.N. Bose and Meghnad Saha. S.N. Bose and Meghnad Saha were a classmate actually, and both of them were toppers. And they were the student of J.C. Bose. So he decided to pursue his career on pure science, and he made from physics. He was a physicist actually. Then he changed to his field, worked on plants, and this is how he proved that plants are a living thing. He found that the sensitivity of coherence decreased when it used to continuously long period, and it recognized the sensitivity when gave a device some rest. He thus concluded that metal have feelings and memory. So they have a very interesting story about his work. J.C. Bose continued to search knowledge. His achievements were many and honored him more than once. In 1915, he was retired from the service, made as an emeritus professor. And S.N. Bose was another finest scientist India has ever produced. And he has discovered this boson, what we call now, is after his name. But he could not get a Nobel Prize. He was hardly a 3-year-old in the Bengali youngster made a prediction that this child will face many obstacles all through his life. Nevertheless, he will overcome them with the exceptional intelligence and attain a great fame. So his teachers were P.C. Ray, Jagdish J.C. Bose, and S.N. Mehta, and J.C. Bose taught them physics, while P.C. Ray taught them chemistry, and they inspired their students to understand the real value of life and to set definite goals for themselves. Bose was thus able to mold his career and shine in life later on. Bose had a schooling from Hindu High School in Calcutta, passed ISC in 1911, and all his examiners in intermediate, he was the first rank. In 1915, he secured his master's degree, passed opening the postgraduate courses in modern physics and modern mathematics in Calcutta University. Among them were Meghnad Saha, J.C. Ghosh, and Satyendra Bose. They were their friends. Look at the friend circle. All of them became a famous scientist of this country later on. He joined at Dhaka University, and the famous story is he was not promoted as a professor because he was not a PhD at that time. And he requested Einstein to write a letter of recommendation for him. So Einstein wrote, the research paper which he published is much more important than the PhD degree. In fact, when he wrote his first paper, it was rejected by a German research journal. When it came back, just think about the mental capability of that young man. He just sent that paper to Einstein, who was a Nobel laureate. Einstein went through this paper, read it, made some corrections, and published it. And that is called now Bose-Einstein statistics. What you will learn in physics or physical chemistry later on. So this is what the beauty of this great man was. I think I'm running out of time. So Neil Bohr was delivering, this is a famous story about S.N. Bose. Neil Bohr was a chemist, Nobel laureate. He was delivering a lecture, and at one stage of his lecture, he found some difficulty to explain. And he turned around because S.N. Bose was cheering the session. and he was just closed his eyes. This is why sometimes people pronounce him as a sleepy professor. And Neil Bohr asked him, can you please, Professor Bose, can you explain this? He got up and went to the blackboard and explained it, though his eyes were closed. So this is one of the, setback for Indian science, that in spite of his nomination to Nobel Prize for many times, he could not get the Nobel Prize, but the boson and Bose-Einstein aesthetics are there. Without this, many of the physics problems cannot be solved. So I will leave this now because I'm running out of time. Nignath Shah was another gentleman, and this is my genealogy in the academics from where I come. I did my PhD with Dr. D.S. Bhapani from CDRI Lucknow. He did PhD with Derek Barton, who was a Nobel laureate from England. Derek Barton did PhD with Helborn with Hinge with Wilkinson with Hinge with Rose with Berzelius with Abjau with Bergman did PhD with Benjamin Furner. I did a postdoc with Richard Gibbs at Purdue. Richard Gibbs did PhD with Okamura with Kurtz with Woodward, the Nobel laureate. Woodward did PhD with Norris with Ramsden with Fitting with Limchard with Bowler, Urea Fame. Bowler did PhD with Gamlin and Berzelius. Look at the lineage from England and the US side. The ant is the Benjamin Furner from Uppsala University. I did another postdoc from Indiana University with Jeff Jeloski. I could trace his lineage up to 1637. Thank you very much for your kind attention and invitation.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful and knowledgeable talk. We have a few questions from our curious participants. Do we have your permission, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moving forward to the questions. First question, how to keep the youth motivated for science post this pandemic period?
Yeah, it's a difficult task for all of us, because we suddenly moved from the traditional teaching system to completely online, each and everything that went to online. In fact, when this happened in 2020, right after the first break, actually, the semester break, March, about 70% syllabus was completed, 25% syllabus was left behind, and we have to just move to online mode. So there are a couple of things actually. One, as a teacher, we should innovate ourselves, number one. Number two, we should take a feedback from the student, what they like, what they don't like. We should be honest on that, number one. Number two, motivation. I mean, when we go to the classroom, we don't need only teach to the subject. We should go the historical background of those topics, what we are covering in. Give them the feeling. Nothing comes at ease. You have to do the hard work for that. This is why most of the time, whenever I teach, I go back and read all of the literature about that particular discovery. I talk about the discovery, how it is made. So that is very important to keep them motivated.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is the Indian scientists face discrimination in the abroad laboratories now also?
I couldn't hear properly.
Is the Indian scientists face discrimination in the abroad laboratories now also?
It's a difficult to say. Whatever you do, there will be pro and cons. Okay, not only Indian scientists, there are many discoveries, about 7 or 8 discoveries that were made. The research papers of those 7, 8 different scientists were rejected, and all of those 8 discoveries got the Nobel Prize later. Okay, so you need to have faith on your own abilities, do hard work, do good science. You will be recognized. It may take some time, but you will be recognized. Our only problem is the kind of infrastructure what we should have, we lack that kind of infrastructure. So that's the only point. Otherwise, this kind of things are not there.
Thank you, sir. So next question is, please brief about the compound that is currently in clinical trials for the Parkinson's disease from your research laboratory.
Yeah. Yes, that is important actually. Actually, we work on the concept what we call hybrid drug discovery. Hybrid drug discovery means what? If you go to the to the doctor for a drug for the treatment of any sickness, sometimes they give you more than one drug to treat one particular disease. So this is what we call a combination. Okay. Now the concept came that you have drug A, you have drug B, and hook up these two drugs like a covalent bond. Make one drug. So if that works, then the problem of because when you take drugs independently, the half-life is different. The metabolite will be different. So we work on that. So initially we started working on malaria, and one of the compounds when we talk about malaria is chloroquine. So we started working on that. We make the hybrid, and we prove those kind of hybrids can have a better anti-malarial activity than chloroquine, which is a standard drug for malaria. And this is where the reading comes in picture. So one day I read a paper that was published way back in 1987 in Nature, which talks about the anti-Parkinson potential of chloroquine. And it says chloroquine can be used to retard the Parkinson progression. Unfortunately, nobody pursued that research paper later. So since we had better compounds as anti-malarial with us, I was looking for a collaborator. I found a collaborator at McLean Hospital in Boston who was working on Parkinson, and he screened 960 FDA approved drugs for Parkinson model and got 3 hits out of 960 FDA approved drugs. All these 3 hits has a 4-aminoquinoline pharmacophore. So we started collaborating with him, and we got some hits, then modified the structure. And one of the compound which is in the clinical trial now, how that is discovered, that's a very interesting story. When you are working in a lab, the student will work in the lab, not person like me. I will go sometime and talk to them, but it is the student who works in the lab. So one day, one of my students came, he said, I did this reaction, and this is the major product, and this is the minor product, which is only 8 milligram. We established the structure of that 8 milligram compound, and that looked me as interesting molecule. I said, let's make this in a higher quantity. Now, here, the student's honesty comes in picture. Whenever you have a small amount of a molecule, you will never tell to your boss. Because if you tell to your boss, the boss may ask you, make this compound in a higher quantity. 8 milligram compound को अगर आपको higher quantity में बनाने के लिए कहा जाए, तो आपके तो जिंदगी खराब हो जाएगी. But this boy was honest, telling me that this is an interesting molecule, what I have received, but the yield is very poor. I said, make this compound because it looks more interesting than what we have. When we tested this compound, it was made in a higher quantity, tested again in vitro model. That compound was much better than all the 600 compounds what we screened. Later on, we did our animal modeling, model studies of that particular compound. That compound is in a clinical trial. We have transferred the technology now to Nervan Pharmaceutical Company that is in Boston.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering all the queries of our participants.
Dear participants, one important announcement. The feedback form has been shared in the chat box. It is mandatory to fill this form to receive certificate of participation. We now invite Dr. Rahul Singhal, convener of this event, to present vote of thanks.
Thank you, dear students. First of all, I would like to a very warm good morning to all. Before giving a formal thanks, I would like to congratulate Professor Rawat sir and Professor Sunil Kumar Sharma for becoming a senior professor in Department of Chemistry. Congratulations, sir. On behalf of faculty, I congratulate you. Yeah, now it's for a formal thanks. Thank you, sir. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the Department of Chemistry, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests, Professor Sunil Sharma sir and Professor D.S. Rawat, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today on virtual platform from their busy schedule and give us the insight of the topic. I'm sure the participant and the student has been enlightening with your thoughts and tell us how this the science and scientist has contributed in Indian independence. I thank Professor Shiv Kumar Sehdev, Principal Shivaji College, for his guidance and support. I extend my thanks to Mr. Mahendra Kumar Meena, our TIC, and all the faculty members of Chemistry Department of Shivaji for working effortlessly throughout day and night for making this event successful. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time to be with us today and helping us making this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Now over to you, Ritika, for further proceeding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
In this fest, we have 4 events: Just a Minute, quiz, slogan writing, and poster making competition. The entries for slogan writing and poster making competition have already been received and judged, the results of which will be declared after Just a Minute and quiz competition. Let us now proceed to the first event, Just a Minute. Now, I pass the virtual dice to Ms. Yogita Sharma.
Thank you, Ms. Ritika. A very good afternoon to all. My name is Yogita and I will be your host for Just a Minute competition. On behalf of Chemistry Department, I welcome you all. How lovely is this day? And so is the ambience. In our Rastantrum Fest, we have Just a Minute competition in which 29 participants had registered. This competition will give an opportunity to students to analyze their creativity, presence of mind, general knowledge, all within a span of 1 minute. So here are the rules and regulations of the competition. There will be 2 rounds. All rounds are of 60 seconds. Students will be given a topic at the moment and they have to speak on the given topic in 60 seconds. First round will involve general topic and the theme of second round is science evolution before and after independence.
Dear participants, get ready for just a minute competition within 5 minutes. It is mandatory to keep your video on while participating. All the participants for just a minute competition should raise your hands now to confirm the enrollment. Please raise your hands to confirm your enrollments. Here I can see 2 students, Nisha Nani and Abhinav Rajkirti. Please raise your hands.
So now, here we begin with the first round. Our first participant is Nisha Nandini from Bishop Hebel College, Botany Honours. Let's roll the wheel for Nisha. So your topic is nutrition. Your time starts now. Please unmute yourself, Nisha.
Nisha, please unmute yourself. Nisha, first unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good morning.
Nisha,
I'm
your
Nisha
time
Nand-
starts now.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Nisha Nandini from Michigan College. From the topic nutrition, I would like to underline two important things. The one is malnutrition that is very much present in our country, and even the kids of lower class families are very much affected by the malnutrition. With this trend, India will have more number of undernourished students and young people in the next generations, which will seriously affect the nation development. And considering the bionutrition, there are several methods that have been put forth to give a solution to this problem. One such is biofortification. We might all remember the golden rice, which has enriched content of vitamin A. So the research and development people should focus more on increasing the nutrient content of the available food so that the nutritional values are enhanced. So whoever consumes it get more amount of nutrition from that. So, and while planning the food, more than carbohydrates, we must also plan to include the proteins and other kind of vitamins and minerals to make our diet a
Your
holistic.
time is over, Nisha.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Nisha.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Abhinav Rajakirti from NIT Patna Civil Engineering. Let's roll the wheel for Abhinav. So your topic is vitamin C. Abhinav, please unmute yourself. Your time starts now.
Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Your time starts now.
So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share my views on vitamin C. So as the other participant also mentioned that nutrition is a very important aspect of our diet, and we usually ignore these micronutrients that are available in our food. So the particularly vitamin A, most of the vitamins and minerals are which we definitely ignore in our foods and which we consume very less that is required for us. So one of those important vitamins is vitamin C. And the health impacts of consuming less vitamin C or any sort of vitamin mineral has a very drastic impact on the long term, and which was seen in the 1950s and 1960s, where the foods were mostly not focused on the micronutrients, but these days the food has been enhanced in such a way that every vitamins and minerals are being present in every food. And apart from that, there are also medicines that help us consume these complete our dose of daily requirement of the vitamins and minerals, which is definitely beneficial for everyone, and everyone should take these vitamin minerals for their healthy life and for longer staying alive longer, because this plays a very fundamental role in our biology, which we fail to understand, and we think this is just a hoax. And it
Your
is
time is over, Abhinav.
yes, thank you.
Well done, Abhinav. Our next participant is Suman Kumari from Shivaji College Chemistry Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Suman. So your topic is online shopping.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is online shopping, and basically, as we all know, in the past few years, past few decades,
Suman, your time
online
starts
shopping.
now.
Really sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. So online shopping, जैसे कि हम जानते हैं, from the past few decades, इसने अपनी जो strength है बहुत ज़्यादा अपनी पकड़ जो अपनी सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा की है. पेंडेमिक के टाइम पे हम सब बाहर नहीं जा पाते थे, तो ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग बहुत ज़्यादा वास्ट हो गया. लाइक सारी ग्रॉसरीज आप घर बैठे कुछ भी मंगा सकते हो, चाहे वो ग्रॉसरीज हो, चाहे वो कोई भी शॉपिंग, क्लोथ्स, accessories like TV, fridge, and whatever. What else? What can you not bring home from online? Everything you can access from your home, sitting right here. You can order whatever you want from your own country or from the other country. Everything is available just in your laptop or your phone. Just one click next, and your thing will come your home.
Your time is over, Suman. Very well spoken, Suman. Our next participant is Priyanka from Gargi College Chemistry Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Priyanka. So your topic is camera. Priyanka, please unmute yourself. Let's move forward to the next participant. Our next participant is Vikas from MD University, MSc Environmental Science. Let's roll the wheel for Vikas.
Are you ready?
Those who want to participate can raise their hands.
So your topic is airplanes. Are you ready, Vikas? Please unmute yourself. Our next participant is Pashvi Verma from Isabella Thoburn College, BSc Life Science. Let's roll the wheel for Pashvi. Your topic is Taj. Are you ready, Pashvi? Please unmute yourself, Pashvi. So our next participant is Vishali Naidu from Atal Bihari Vajpayee University, BSc Mathematics. Let's roll the wheel for Vishali. So your topic is satellites. Please unmute yourself, Vishali. Our next participant is Tanya Kumari from Shivaji College Life Science. Let's roll the wheel for Tanya. So your topic is atomic energy. Please unmute yourself, Tanya. Our next participant is Pinky Verma from Shivaji College Chemistry Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Pinky. So your topic is co-vaccine. Are you ready, Pinky? Pinky, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. So your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pinky Verma, and my topic is co-vaccine. So co-vaccine is included along with immune potentials, also known as vaccine adjuvants. Co-vaccine is a vaccine that aims to protect us against COVID-19.
Mute yourself, Pinky.
Ma'am, my mic got disabled. Can I start again?
Yes, and your time starts now.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pinky Verma, and my topic is co-vaccine. Co-vaccine is India's first indigenous vaccine, which is used to protect us against COVID-19, which is developed by Bharat Biotech in collaboration with the Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institution of Virology. The vaccine received DCGI approval for human clinical trials, and the trials commenced across India. According to Bharat Biotech, Covaxin will be at least 60% effective based on earlier trial results. Thank you.
Your time is over, Pinky. Well done, Pinky. Our next participant is Chahat Sharma from Shahid Rajguru College, PSC Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Chahat. So your topic is fire extinguisher. Are you ready, Chahat? Now, let's have some enthusiastic performances till we receive the results for the first round from our honorable judges. Name of our judges are Dr. Bhaskar Mohan Kanpal, Mr. Narendra Kumar, and Dr. Bhasha Sharma. First performance is by Alok from BSc Life Science.
लब पर आए गीत सुहाने माने ना जियरा लाख बहाने लब पर आए गीत सुहाने माने न जियरा लाख बहाने लब पर आए गीत सुहाने माने न जियरा लाख बहाने याद तिहारी आए सताने मन लागे रे पछताने ओ मोरे सैया मैं लागू तोरे पैया भला ना जाओ परदेस सजना जी करूं मैं कैसे राजी पिया जी लागे जिया कोठी ओ मन की पीरा कोई न जाने मन ये जाने मैं जानू न जाने बैर ये दुनिया आए न बादल मीर बहाने ना कोई भवरा न कलियां मुरझाए हाय ये बगिया लर पछताओ समझ न पाऊं रूठे पिया को कैसे मनाऊं भेद जिया के किसको दिखाऊं किसको बताऊं कलेस हो कन्हाई न छोड़ रे कन्हाई दुहाई भूल न जा दरबे मोरे सैया मैं लागू तोरे पैया भला ना जाओ परदेस
Our next performer is Diya Sharma from BSc Chemistry Honors 4th semester.
ना उम्र की सीमा हो ना जन्म का हो बंधन जब प्यार करे कोई तो देखे केवल नई रीत चला कर ये प्रीत अमर कर दो होठों से छू लो तुम मेरा गीत अमर कर दो बन जाओ मीत मेरी मेरा गीत अमर कर दो
Next performer is Kalash Gupta from BSc Life Science 6th semester.
अगर कागर मोरी दुनिया रज तो से चुन चुन खाइयो कागर मोरी दुनिया रज तो से चुन चुन खाइयो रजिया रे खाइयो ना तो ना मोर खाइयो ना तो ना मोर पिया क्या मिलन की आस
Next performer is Somili Manna from BSc Chemistry Honors 6th semester.
लेके फैली थी सियाह रातें आया तो सुबह लेके बेवजह सी जिंदगी में जीने की वजह लेके खोया था समंदरों में तन्हा सफीना मेरा साहिलों पे आया है तू जाने किस तरह लेके कुछ तो है तुझसे राबता कुछ तो है तुझसे राबता कैसे हम जाने हमें क्या पता कुछ तो है तुझसे राबता अब क्या है कहना हमको है रहना जन्नतें भुला के तेरी बाहों में पनाह लेके फैली थी सियाह रातें आया तो सुबह लेके बेवजह सी जिंदगी में जीने की वजह लेके
Next performance is by Ritika Mehta from Chemistry Honors.
याद है मुझको तूने कहा था तुमसे नहीं रूठेंगे कभी दिल की तरह से आज मिले हैं कैसे भला छूटेंगे कभी तेरी बाहों में बीती हर शाम बेवफा ये भी क्या याद नहीं क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा भूलेगा दिल जिस दिन तुम्हें वो दिन जिंदगी का आखिरी दिन होगा क्या हुआ तेरा
Wow, what marvelous performances given by all the students. Well done, everyone. We are back with the results. 3 participants has cleared the first round. And the name of the participants are Nisha, Abhinav, and Sumin. So here we begin with the second round. The theme of second round is science evolution before and after independence. Our first participant is Nisha Nandini from Bishop Heber College, Botany Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Nisha. So your topic is colloids. Please unmute yourself, Nisha.
Good afternoon. On the topic of colloids, I would refer to two important kind of colloids, oil and water colloids and water and oil colloids. These two substances gives different type of colors when present in different concentrations. When we look at water and oil, we can see a colored substance, and when we look at water and oil, we get a different color. So based on this, we can classify them, and they have different purposes and different applications based on them. Even the this basic classification will give greater insights of the level of research that can be done to improve their quality also. Then basically colloids, we daily come in contact with a lot of colloids, but we actually don't know what kind of colloid that we are actually using. They may be water and oil, or air and water, air and gas, and air and all those things, gas and gas. But gas and gas doesn't come under colloid because they immerse completely. So they are not segregated as two different classes. They are not considered under colloids itself. But air and water or air and solid are
Time's up,
different
Nisha.
categories. Thank you.
Well done, Nisha. Our next participant is Abhinav Rajakirti from NIT Patna, BTech Civil Engineering. Let's roll the wheel for Abhinav.
Hello, am I audible?
So your topic is enzymes.
Am I audible?
Yes, Abhinav, you're audible.
I just have one query. It was mentioned that in round 2, the topic will be science evolution before and after independence.
There are topics, but depends upon which topic you're getting it.
So, but this is not related to that.
This is just a minute. This is just a minute. There are topics. There will be topics. So it's up to you which topic you're getting. You have to speak on that.
So I can speak on the topic which was mentioned in the rule book, right?
Yeah. You will speak on the topic which is being generated by the wheel.
But just one question, that this is round 2 of just a minute, right?
This is round 2, so that's what I'm saying. There are topics related to theme, but there will be some topics in general science also.
Okay.
So this is a topic which is provided to you by the wheel. So you have to speak on that only.
Are you ready, Abhinav?
Hello, I'm audible. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is enzymes. I really don't remember much about enzymes from my biology, but I'll say whatever I remember. Enzymes are basically some sort of chemicals that have a huge role in our biological, not just our in every animal and plant species. They are an essential part of the biological ecosystem, and different enzymes have different roles. Depending upon the role, the enzymes have their work specified, and they help in the overall biological development of human beings as well as other animal and plant species. And the enzymes, along with the other components such as the nutrients that we have, the blood and other components of our body, they together complete, and their role is to maintain that our human body lives sustainably as much
Time's
as
up,
it can.
Abhinav.
Yes, thank you.
Very well spoken. Our next participant is Suman Kumari from Shivaji College Chemistry Honors. Let's roll the wheel for Suman. So your topic is Raman effect.
So good afternoon everyone. My topic is Raman effect. So जैसे कि हम सभी भी जानते हैं रमन इफेक्ट हमारे साइंटिस्ट सीवी रमन के ऊपर रखा गया था. So basically इसमें क्या होता है कि आप एक लाइट को सैंपल के थ्रू सैंपल पर बम्बार्ड करते हैं. उसके बाद वो जो सैंपल होता है वो लाइट एमिट करता है और उसे मोनोक्रोमैटर की यूज से उसे सिंगल बीम में कन्वर्ट करते हैं एंड देन उसे प्रिज्म के ऊपर ऐसे रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं एंड देन उसके बाद वो स्पेक्ट्रा शो करता है, विच स्पेक्ट्रा इज डिटेक्टेड बाय सीसीडी डिटेक्टर एंड ये सिंपली रमन इफेक्ट है. दैट्स इट.
Well done, Suman. Now I hand over the virtual dice to Miss Kalash and Miss Umang till we receive the results for our Just a Minute competition from our honorable judges.
Thank you, Ms. Yogita. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Kalash Gupta, student of Life Sciences, third year.
I am Umang, student of Chemistry Honours, second year. Welcome you all on behalf of Department of Chemistry, Shivaji College, to the online quiz competition.
Yes, participants, I think there is some network glitch. So just wait for a while.
Thank you, Ms. Yogita. So, Umang, why are we organizing an online quiz today?
Which is a form of a mind sport or game in which players attempt to answer questions correctly about a particular topic, and the topic of the day is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Quizzes are used as a brief assessment in education and similar fields to measure growth, knowledge, abilities, or skills.
Wow, it sounds interesting.
Kalash, what are we celebrating today?
We are here to remind the role of scientists and scientific moments pre and post independence. Several unsung scientists and science communicators were involved in the struggle and challenges during the freedom movement of India. They faced discrimination and negligence by the British authority. In spite of those unfavorable situations, our scientists and science communicators kept on practicing as well as communicating science for the development of nation and society. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is the fundamental inspiration behind this event.
Yes. Charles Dickens once beautifully said, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredibility. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair."
This magnificent science celebration will be witnessed in the two levels of the online quiz. The motive of this online quiz is to inform the society about the contribution of scientists during the freedom movement, their struggles and achievements.
Before proceeding with the online quiz, I would like to request all of you to follow some protocols for the smooth conduct of this quiz.
Make sure you are joining with your own name. The competition will be administered in English.
The question shall be in the form of multiple choice. There will be two. The questions shall be in the form of multiple choice. There will be two rounds. After one round, we will be shortlisting 6 students, and after round 2, we will be shortlisting 3 students.
For the first round, each participant will be given 30 seconds to answer each question, and for the second round, each participant will be given 45 seconds to answer each question. The link and the code of the online quiz shared in the chat box.
Please adhere to all the rules for the smooth functioning of the event.
The decision of the quizzes app will be final and will not be subjected to any change.
Request your cooperation in conducting the quiz smoothly and making it an interactive and insightful one.
Any misconduct by any participant will lead to disqualification and that particular person will be removed from the meeting. In case of any questions, kindly use the chat box.
So starting with the first round of online quiz, please keep in mind that the quiz is based on fastest finger first. Now I request Pooja ma'am to share the link and code in the chat box. You are advised to join through the quizzes app as a student.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just sharing the link and the code to join the quiz. So this is a link. And I have shared the code also. You can just click on this link and join as a student with this passcode that have been shared in a chat box. So I'll just wait for a while so that everybody can join. So if you're not able to join through this link, you can simply type quizzes on Google. And once you will type quizzes on Google, the very first link, you will see there is a sub icon for student. So just click for student and you will get the place to enter the code. So once you are done, please raise your hand. Then only I will move forward. Wait. So yes, 2 participants have joined. We are waiting for the more participants to join. Then we will start. Yes. Yes, students, as a few students just have joined, so we supposed to recreate the quiz code. So now the new code to join the quiz is 077201. 077201. So please join with this code now. The code we have shared earlier would not be applicable. We had to change because few people just have joined. Nisha, Abhinav, and Suman Kumari, Vaishali, you have participated or any problem? If you have any problem in joining, you can write down in a chat box. Any participant who is having problem in joining can write down in a chat box. We are about to start the quiz. We shall wait for another 1-2 minutes and then we will start the quiz. As the number of participants are getting increased, so we are waiting for 1-2 minutes more. So we are starting the quiz right now. So this is the first round for the quiz. Yes, we are done with the round number 1 of the quiz. So now I request Ms. Kalash to take over.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The names of the students who have qualified the first round will be announced shortly. Thank you for your patience.
So the students who are going to participate in the second round are Sanjana Gupta, Adarsh Tiwari, Abhinav Rajakirti, Deepak Kumar, Rohit Yadav, and Pragati Singh.
Now, I again want like to ask Pooja ma'am to share the link and the code for the quiz.
Yes, thank you, Kalash. Now I request participants that only those 6 participants would be allowed to enter into round 2, whose names have been taken by Umang. Okay, just give me a second. I'm repeating the names also. These are Sanjana Gupta, Adarsh Tiwari, Abhinav Rajakirti, Deepak Kumar, Rohit Yadav, and Pragati Singh. So only these 6 participants would be allowed to participate in round number 2. I'll just be sharing the link and the code for the round number 2. So I've shared the link and the passcode also. I request participants to join. Only those 6 participants are allowed. So I'll wait for 2 minutes so that all of these 6 would be joined. Then I'll start the quiz, second round of the quiz. I request Miss Pragati to join. She has not joined yet. I'll wait for only 2 minutes for the Pragati to join. Otherwise, you would be starting with the quiz with the 5 participants only. So we are here starting with the quiz, round number 2 of the quiz. Thank you, everyone. We are done with the second round of the quiz also. Now I request Ms. Umang to take over.
Results will be announced shortly. Till then, I hand over the virtual dice to Miss Pinky for the poster display.
Thank you, Umang. A very warm afternoon to everyone present here. Today, I, Pinky, welcome all with great joy for the celebration of annual Departmental Fest Rastantrum 2022. So now the time has come for which we all, and especially the participants, were eagerly waiting for. Yes, we are going to announce the results of poster making competition which was conducted by Chemistry Department of Shivaji College. Arts reflect education, but more importantly, civilization. As far as we know, each society in mankind has expressed its history, feeling, fear, tradition to picture and sketches. The objective of the competition was to ignite the fire of imagination and creativity in the students. The theme of the competition is Breakthrough Scientific Moments of India Pre-Independence. Students were asked to express their ideas through posters. 7 students have participated in the competition. Students of various colleges participated in the competition with immense zeal and enthusiasm. The judges for the competition are Dr. Rajni Kanodia, Mr. Deepesh Singh, and Dr. Pallavi Agrawal. Our students have brilliant talents to show it to you. So the first poster is by Abhinav Rajya Kirti, Civil Engineering Department, 6th semester, National Institute of Technology, Patna. Second poster is by Vishali Naidu, Mathematics Honors, 4th semester, Atal Bihari Vajpayee University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Third poster is by Suman, Chemistry Honors, 6th semester, Shivaji College. Next poster is by Bhumika Chaudhary, Biochemistry Honors, 1st semester, Shivaji College. Next poster is by Yuvraj Singh, Chemistry Honors, 1st semester, Shivaji College. Next poster is by Nishika Lalit, English Honors, 6th semester, Shivaji College. Next poster is by Geeta Rani, Life Sciences, 4th semester, Shivaji College. So we are having 2 winners at 3rd position. First one is Yuvraj Singh, Chemistry Honors, 1st semester, Shivaji College. And second one is Suman, Chemistry Honors, 6th semester, Shivaji College. The second position holder is Nishika Lalit, English Honors, 6th semester, Shivaji College. The first position holder is Geeta Rani, Life Sciences, 4th semester, Shivaji College. Kudos to all the winners. Now I hand over the virtual dais to Ms. Pragati. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Pinky. Good afternoon, one and all. I, Pragati Chabra, will be your host for the slogan writing competition. Indian science has had a positive transformative impact. For example, the setting up of Amul Cooperative, developing of plastic bags suited for storing blood in blood banks, the manufacturing of generic drugs, and several others. To highlight the same, for Rastantrum 2022, a slogan writing competition was held on the theme, Journey of Science in Transforming India. Following rules were to be followed. Number 1, only single participant entry was allowed. Number 2, only 1 entry per participant was allowed. Number 3, only handmade and original slogan in JPEG PNG format was submitted. Deadline for the same was on 21st February till 12 p.m. and 12 number of entries were submitted by students of different colleges via mail. The slogans submitted were as follows. The first entry was by Suman Kumari,
शिवाजी कॉलेज। चाहे पंडित नेहरू हो या हो अब्दुल कलाम, सबका सपना एक था, हो भारत का विश्व में नाम। हो वो खेत खलिहान हो या फिर मंगलयान, विज्ञान का परचम लहराया और भारत बना महान। The next entry was by Abhinav Rajakirti, NIT Patna. This is the new India, from green revolution to white revolution, from Chandrayaan to Mangalyaan. We are transforming India. We are the new India. Adarsh Tiwari, University of Allahabad. Transformed from Gyan to Vigyan for smart India. Rinki Soni, Satyavati College. Science make human develop. Human make computer develop. This is how India develop. Let's make the world develop. Nas Fatima, Shivaji College. All the scientists and technologists should work appropriate regions, specifically the rural technologies, to transform Indian rural sector. Bhumika, Shivaji College. Perception to perfection. Vanshita, Shivaji College. Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge. Nisha Nandini S, Bishop Harbour College. Science like biotech, nanotech will make India high-tech. Muskan Dimri, Shivaji College. The country of Kannada, Sushrita and Raman, yogic sciences transcending through generations. No one could have registered this miracle, from Ayurveda to Parmanu, to CSIR and ISRO. There's much to achieve and a long way to go. Vishali Naidu, DP Vipra College. Step to science, step forward for India. Step forward to science, then only India's future is bright. Still in the path of science to make India's future bright. Sanjana Gupta, Shivaji College. From green to gene revolution, science has led to India's macro evolution. Nandini Jain, Shivaji College. As much as seekers of knowledge and truth, those scientists strive to regain the identity of India from the hands of invaders. Love of liberty means the guarding of every resources that makes freedom possible, from the sanity of our families and the wealth of our soil to the genius of our scientists. The results for the same will be announced shortly. Thank you everyone for your patience. The judges, Dr. Neena Khanna, Dr. Priyanka Kumari, and Dr. Praveen Gelian from Department of Chemistry said, and I quote, all of these slogans were as creative and eloquent as possible, and choosing the winners were not at all easy to judge. Hearty appreciation for efforts by all the participants. The third prize goes to Sanjana Gupta, Shivaji College. The second prize goes to Adarsh Tiwari, University of Allahabad. The first prize goes to Nandini Jain, Shivaji College. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
There's one urgent announcement. Deepak Kumar, who has participated in second round of the quiz, is requested to share his phone number over a chat box. Okay, Deepak has just shared. Thank you so much, Deepak. morning, everyone.
My young love said to me, my mother, and my father once by.
Thank you everyone for your patience. Now I hand over the virtual dice to Miss Shomili.
Thank you, Ms. Pragati. Good afternoon to all. I, Shomili Manna, President of Chemical Society Rastantrum, welcome all the faculty members and participants to the valedictory function of the annual Fest of Chemistry Department of Shivaji College, University of Delhi. This year, we are commemorating the 75th anniversary of Progressive India and the history of our people, culture, and achievements with the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I hope everyone here has gained some knowledge which will be useful in their lives. Wait, what's the time now? I think it's time for something important and something you all must be waiting for. Yes, the prize winners of various competitions conducted today. First competition of the day was just a minute on the theme Science Evolution Before and After Independence. The judges had a really tough time in finalizing the winners, but what needs to be done had to be done. And now I have the names of the winners with me. Second prize goes to Abhinav Rajakriti from NIT Patna. And the first prize goes to Nisha Nandini from Bishop Herbert College. The next competition was quiz competition. And the winners are, third winner is Abhinav Rajakriti from NIT Patna. Second winner is Adarsh Tiwari from University of Allahabad. And the first prize goes to two students. First is Deepak Kumar from Shivaji College. And another is Sanjana Gupta from Shivaji College. A huge round of applause for our winners and all the participants. Now, I would like to share the results of various online events conducted by the Department of Chemistry, Shivaji College, throughout the session. The first event was held in the month of August 2021. It was the video making competition on the topic, Recreate a Scientific Discovery. Online entries were invited and scrutinized by the jury members based on the content, quality, and the relevance of the videos. We have two winners. The second prize was awarded to Nayanika Pal Chaudhary from Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College. And the first prize went to the video led by a group of 5 students, Mariram, Shivadurai Murugan, Arun Kant Satish, Ashok Kumar, and Suresh from Sri Parama Kalyani College. The next event was held on 25th September 2021. That was the online debate competition on the topic privatization, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Many participants presented their views in favor and against the topic. After a long and rigorous discussion, judges finalized the winners. The third prize went to two students. First is Shoshank from Shivaji College and Subhi Vesh from Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College. The second prize went to Vikas from Vesh PG College, Rohtak. And the first prize went to Devansh Divedi from Shivaji College. The online presentation competition was held on 29th October 2021. The theme of the competition was, which virtual tour is better? From very interesting and good presentations, 3 were awarded the prize. The third prize went to Reena Sharma from Ramjas College. The second prize went to Shushank from Shivaji College. And the first prize went to Shraddha R. Bhatt from Gargi College. The last online competition was the podcast competition on the theme Science Behind Movies, for which online entries were invited in the month of November 2021. The participants presented their views on the topic in the form of podcast, from which again 3 participants were selected as winners. Third prize went to Shushmitha from Government Arts and Science College, Midugurapalli, Hosur. Second prize went to Nisha Nandini from Bishop Herbert College. And the first prize went to Deepak from Ramjas College. Congratulations, all of you. I request everyone to stand at their places for the national anthem.
Now, the virtual platform is open for faculty members and students to showcase their talents. First, I would like to invite Dr. Neena Khanna.
Thank you, Samli, and good afternoon, everyone. एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है, ला 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 ला, कुछ पाकर खोना है, कुछ खोकर पाना है, जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है, दो पल के जीवन से एक उम्र चुरानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है, तू धार है नदिया की, मैं तेरा किनारा हूँ, तू मेरा सहारा है, मैं तेरा सहारा हूँ, आँखों में समंदर है, आशाओं का पानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, तूफान तो आना है, आकर चले जाना है, बादल है ये कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है, परछाई न रह जाती निशानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है। Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this amazing performance.
Thank you.
We have many students to showcase their talents. First student is Diya Sharma.
Good afternoon, everyone.
दोस्तों से झूठी मूठी दूसरों का नाम लेके मेरी बातें करना, यारा रात से दिन करना, लंबी जुदाई तेरी बड़ा करना यारा रात से दिन करना चुपके से रात के चाँद तले झांकी भी आहट ना हो बादल के पीछे चले जले कतरा कतरा गले कतरा कतरा रात भी ना हिले आधी आधी रात भी ना हिले आधी आधी चुपके से लग जा गले रात की चादर तले. Thank you.
What a lovely performance, Diya. Second student is Ritika Mehta.
Greetings everyone. हंसता रहता हूँ तुझसे मिलकर क्यों आजकल बदले बदले हैं मेरे तेवर क्यों आजकल आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह हाँ कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी कैसे हुआ. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika. Next performance is from Yogita and Sachi.
आशियाना मेरा साथ तेरे है ना ढूंढते तेरी गली मुझको घर मिला खुदाना मेरा हाथ तेरे है ना ढूंढते तेरा खुदा मुझको रब मिला तू जो मिला जो हो गया मैं काबिल तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल मुश्किल सही आसान हुई मंजिल क्योंकि तू धड़कन मैं दिल और उठ जाना तेरा मान जाना मेरा ढूंढते तेरी हंसी मिल गई खुशी हुआ हूँ मैं तेरी रूह है तू मेरी ढूंढते तेरे निशान मिल गई खुदी तू जो मिला लो हो गया मैं काबिल तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल हाँ मुश्किल
Thank you, Yogita and Sachi, for this wonderful performance. Anybody else from the audience? You can raise your hand or type your name in the chat box. With this, we conclude the Magnificent Fest Rastantrum 2022, hosted by Shivaji College Department of Chemistry. Lastly, I want to thank all the wonderful students who have come out in such great numbers, not just from our department, but also from other departments at various colleges. Thank you so much for your participation. An event of this magnitude could not happen overnight, and it involves day and night efforts and hardships of students to make it a successful event. I would like to thank all the teachers who provided their guidance and useful suggestions during the preparation of the fest. Thanks to all. Have a nice afternoon.